Good morning. Ooh. I spilled my glass beads everywhere. But of course. I think I want to get I'm going to find I want to experiment with using little balls for eyes, especially for the troll heads. But I need a selection. I need a selection that's ranges from small to big. Those are pretty worthless, especially if I have a hard time using these. I bought them from Green Stuff World, the glass ones. Yeah, I definitely spent more of these on the floor than actually using them in projects. Let's see. Well, one thing I noticed too, when they're made out of glass, they are a little bit harder to paint as well. Like a finished. Okay, almost got them all picked up here. I also need to reorder another set of these little circle making tools. I always lose them. I know I have some sizes that are missing. What are those called again? Maybe I'll just do that right now before I forget. It's for wiring, isn't it? It's Looper Magic Circle Cutters. Is that what they're called? Let's see. Magic Circle Cutters. That actually is something, but ferrule. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, Sapphire. I think they're originally intended for like electrical work, for like for doing wiring. Ferrule. Man, I get a big kit of those for like $15. I don't need that many though. A crimping tool. Silver-plated copper crimp terminal connectors. Ooh, here's an $8 one. It's frosty today here too. I do have leather punches too, leather circle cutters. What's really nice is the super teeny tiny sizes. They come in handy quite a bit. 900 of them. I'll never run out ever again. Just wondering if it gets tiny enough. Let's type in small. Hey, what's up, Mika? Small ferrule. Are they all? I wonder if they're all the same sizes. Down to 1 millimeter. What, the leather ones? Uninsulated. This one goes down to... It doesn't say. You know what? I'll look at this later. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, ball eyeballs. Well, I always find wood to be the best, but I feel like it's hard to find small wooden spheres. Let's see, wooden spheres. Assorted wooden spheres. Probably don't get down to the size we need. Look for a polymer clay cutter. See now you get the one you have. Pirate boat water. Clay. Don't worry, Clayton. We're getting there. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know if the spheres get down to the size. Let's see. Assorted. I think it'd probably be metal. I know metal ball bearings are kind of easier to come by, but they assorted. Sphere beads. Yeah, it's not gonna be good either. I have to do some deep diving here. I'd like from like the tiniest all the way up to like a large size, but every size in between. That'd be the best. All right, let's get to work. All right, folks. Today we are doing a homework session for the robot. This should hopefully be our last sculpting session on the robot, so we can start doing the lighting next week. That's the game plan. I'm pretty new to clay sculpting. Do you have any suggestions on what I should sculpt to get familiar with techniques and stuff? Yeah, I think you should, definitely check out my Woodland Gremlin series. Yeah, check out there's a start to finish class, how to sculpt the Woodland Gremlin character. There's also this how to sculpt a robot, but I don't think you should start with this. I think you should start with he's not done. Look at the forearm, needs to be sculpted still. That's basically it. That's just the forearm. needs to be done. So I was able to finish the cloak. And then we can do lights. There's more stuff I could do, but at the bare minimum, it needs to be the forearm. Okay, I need clay. I'm out of clay. Let's actually see. Let's see the robot put together here, shall we?
Welcome to a land of great deeds and bravery.
Oh,
Thanks
wait.
be to our recruiter for their wise choice.
Wise choice indeed, Fenrir. Thank you so much for gifting out that sub. I appreciate that, my friend. Thanks be to the recruiter. Should go right into place here. And the robot's head also. There he is. Quite a machine. Good robot or an evil robot? Let me ask you a question there, Mika. Is an ant good or evil? If they are fire ants, they are evil. So it is your perspective that makes them good or evil, not actually what's going on inside of them, huh? In their mind. So you are the definer of good and evil, huh? Diomedes. If it hurts me, it's evil. If it doesn't hurt me, it's good. I oftentimes think of ants and a lot of, especially in the insect world, they're like biological robots, if you really think about them. They're like programmed to do a very specific thing. They don't have their own thoughts or intentions. That's our robot. He's programmed to do a very specific job. He's an explorer robot programmed to explore, map out, and go into very off the beaten path, uninhabited areas, and learn as much as he can. Which seems good, but it depends, I guess, on who's behind the robot and what they're going to use that information for. But that's not the robot's fault. Nice, Diomedes. And they bite me. Yeah, I liked it. I mean, that's a common story, like a robot becoming more human. You know, the Wall-E effect. Somehow it can develop its own personality and has like collections of little trinkets and stuff. Johnny 5 alive, yeah, exactly. Humans' fascination with creating something that can become living. Like Mewtwo. That worked out great, right? That's the reality. We all want Johnny 5 or Wall-E, but what we end up getting is Mewtwo. Just super angry at us. Or Terminator. Skynet and Mewtwo. That's the reality. But the dream is Wall-E or Johnny 5. That's a very neat scarf for being so close to this furnace. Must be a magical scarf. Well, I mean, it's, you know, it's an insulated metal material. It's a fire retardant cloth, I'm sure. It's actually a fire blanket. Very nice. Okay, you know, let's remove the head. And we'll take the backpack off for now. Out of the way. Mr. Sarab. I think you misunderstand the purpose of a fire blanket. I'm a philosophy professor, Chris. I understand it perfectly. Are you sure? No, the fire needs a fire blanket, so because the fire needs to be smothered with love. It's smothered to death. She's 5 now. She's doing good. She's working on a giraffe this morning. That's her project. She's got a reference ready. She's working on it right now. She started her schooling. She's not doing public school though. We're doing homeschool. She learned about the difference between largemouth bass and smallmouth bass. last lesson. And that baby fish are called fry. It's funny because I get to learn some stuff too. You guys gotten into a resin project yet? Not yet, no. She was still working on all the little characters that go in the water, last I checked. Philosophy rubrics. Sure. I'm always open for input. My state doesn't mandate anything, actually. It's the lowest regulated homeschooling state. She just has to have a certain subjects have to be covered. That's it. There's no testing or anything. We got a long way to go before we have to, I'm sure things will change by the time she's in high school age, so. Of course. Yeah, of course. She'll learn of mugwort and C2. She is actually really good with plant identification. I show her plants once or twice and she'll see it. We'll be out like hiking or walking and she'll see the leaf, like she like has that built-in like leaf pattern recognition. And she'll say, "Oh, hey, look at this," and point it out. I think the last time we were hiking, I was explaining the difference between poison hemlock and wild carrots, which I think is called Queen Anne's lace. The queen has hairy legs. This is what you remember. basically, there's poison hemlock, which is very poison. It can kill you if you eat it, but it looks very similar to wild carrot. Very similar looking plant. But the Queen Anne's lace, which is the wild carrot, Queen Anne's lace, has hairy legs, and poison hemlock does not. So if you just remember that simple distinction. Also, the wild carrot will actually smell like carrot when you pull it up out of the root. You know, you smell the roots. It smells just like carrot. So, yeah. How many corporate logos can she identify? Quite a bit. That happens automatically. Hello?
Wire, please.
Huh?
Wire, please.
Some wire?
Yeah.
Aluminum wire?
Um,
That's easy. It's a metal that's easier to bend. Or do you want steel wire, which is harder to bend?
I would do that one because Mom is really weak and I'm making a G-Wrap.
Oh, okay. Because Mom is really weak. I'm
Yeah.
sure she could bend the hard wire. She's pretty strong too.
Yeah, but she can't even break your hands.
She can't break my hands, no. But you don't need to be able
But
to.
you can break your hands.
I could break my hands. I could, yeah. Don't want to. Okay, yeah. Here, take some aluminum. Let me get you.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Here. Take these tools. There you go. All right, have fun.
Bye.
Bye. Huh?
Used to be fine.
Yeah, I just keep it in here.
Bye.
Bye. If you can't break my hands, you're weak. if you can break my hands, then only then will you be strong. That's the bar, the measuring stick. Mom needs the aluminum wire because she's weak, because she can't break my hands. Mm-hmm. I like the smell of steamed carrot. But yeah, so poison hemlock, if you eat it, you'll probably die. But the stem of the poison hemlock is very smooth. So no hair. But the stem of the Queen Anne's lace, the wild carrot, has hair. So the queen has hairy legs. Remember that. If you ever trapped in the wilderness and starving and you're deciding if you want to eat wild carrot to survive, the queen has hairy legs. Yeah, right. Excuse me, sir. I need to come do my qualifications for professional arm wrestling. My poor hands. It would not be good if I broke my hands. One of her favorite things to do in the garden, which really helps her plant IDing skills, is she likes to find things that the dogs will eat. So she actually will find carrots in the garden and feed them to Annie. That's like one of her favorite thing is to like make dog food, essentially. Snacks for the dogs. Tomatoes as well, red tomatoes. Radish. Radition. Giving away all my food. Yeah, I mean, I don't grow. Everything I grow isn't for the sake of keeping. It's more for the knowledge than it is for actually. Because, like, realistically, I can buy a bag of even, like, organic carrots, a whole bag, for, like, a couple bucks. And the amount of effort it would take to grow that whole bag for myself is, like, way more than a couple bucks worth of effort. So, yeah, carrots are not easy. There's just certain things that buying from the grocery store is totally okay. So I don't mind. I really don't mind if some carrots get used up by the dogs. In fact, we actually make homemade dog food, and they do get carrots in their food anyway, so. Carrots, celery, chicken, beef, eggshells for calcium, beef liver, just a little bit of organ meats. A sardine or two. And some multivitamin. That's the basic mix. Carrots are great in spaghetti sauce too. Carrots come in all kinds of different colors. The orange carrot was standardized by, I think England. Greens can be used to make pesto as well. Oh, really? Yeah, it's a funny thing to learn. You always see the rabbit chewing on the carrot, but rabbits don't pull the carrots up and chew on the roots. They actually just eat the tops, and it kills the carrot because it can't grow without the top. They just eat the leafy green part. So many carrots last year, I just used them and everything. This year, they didn't take off at all. We only got like 4 halfway decent ones. Were they growing, but when you pulled them, they're like super tiny, like all green on top, but no root. Yeah, carrots are really picky. I had a really good year of carrots, and what I did this year was little crayon carrots. So what I learned is you have to loosen the soil like really deep. So I go in with like a big pitchfork, and I like really loosen up the dirt like all the way down the row, and then do not step on it. And you can amend the soil with stuff that'll keep it looser, like sand and stuff like that. But that's the real key. The carrots will not like. Other root vegetables, they'll like kind of, doesn't matter if the dirt's really tight, they'll make their own space, but carrots will be like, nah, if I hit a little bit of resistance, I'm not growing. So that isn't true, Chris. They don't pull the carrots up because they don't have a shovel. Touche. Well, I learned, I really got ginormous radishes by doing a simple trick of, as soon as the radish top starts to grow and it's starting to form kind of the radish at the base, just take your finger and like loosen the dirt up around the radish, and then come back in a couple days and they like plump up like super huge. So it's the same with radishes. If you keep the dirt really loose around them, they will get really big. But if they're like packed in there, if the dirt is like packed in, they're not going to get very big. Man, I'm already getting excited for next year gardening season. So this last year I didn't grow any squash whatsoever. The question is, do I dare grow squash this next year in the hopes that 1 year was enough to remove my pest problem? I feel like it would, you know. How could they survive and multiply? 2 years for sure. I feel like 2 years for sure would remove them all. What's going to be in the hands of the robot? So this is going to be a rope. Imagine a rope with a grappling hook at the end, like he's twirling it around, and then it's going to come out here, and it's going to go here, and then he's going to have like a big ream of rope here. So. You've been lucky. It could be your climate too, Sarah. That they're just less of that type of issue there. That drier, deserty type of climate. Get more arid. I think where you're at's very similar to Colorado, but a little bit colder, if I'm not mistaken. You know, my sister-in-law, they're definitely a problem here. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. It could also be you're going undetected because you're also creating a more of like this diverse environment. You know, you're doing a good job of like kind of like hiding them amongst other plants, making it very hard for them to find. Also, is there other gardeners in your area that you know of, or not really? Your undead status keeps them at bay. Zombies, Arab. They fear the zombie. No, yeah, so basically for them to find you, they would have to just be like passing by, flying from one point to another. And then find your little oasis in the middle of nowhere, you know, it kind of makes sense. I know the vine borers are a type of moth. Those are the ones that are even worse than squash bugs, the vine borers, because they just kill your plants straight up. So. And I imagine they find the food source by scent, you know, by smell or something. I don't know. You're not sure if those are in Utah? Let's see. They can be an issue in Utah, although they are often confused with squash bugs, which are more common. While squash bugs are the frequent pest in Utah, some gardeners have reported encountering squash vine borers. So it is important to identify which pest. Yeah, but that's a big difference. Yeah. Seems like it's more of a squash bugs, but I bet you vine borers are more rare. Because they're not rare, they are a common pest in the state's cubrit crops, especially east of the Rocky Mountains. While the squash bug is another common pest that is widespread in Utah. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is what they look like. Those I've never actually seen the vine borer. I've just seen the effects of the vine borer. This is that's the vine borer right here. This like orange colored one. And then these are the squash bugs. They look very similar to those like stink bugs, the shield bugs. That's how their babies look. They put these little clusters of eggs on the leaves. Now they don't destroy the plant though. They just kind of like live rent free and like soak up the delicious juices and kind of stunt it a little bit, but the vine borer lays a singular egg on the leaf, and then the young vine borer, the worm, goes right into the base of the plant, like in the vine, and like lives inside the plant like an alien and a chest burster, and then just bursts out the middle of the plant and kills it pretty much. It cuts it off. It cuts off the there's this little diagram here. It doesn't show us. You can kind of see it here. Yeah, see, look at that. So you can see brass at the base of the stem. That's like kind of like sawdust from them. And then they go in and they just start like eating their way through the vine of the plant, killing it off. And then you get this wilting starting to happen. Poor fruit development. It's terrible. It's terrible. Now you can surgically cut open the vine and remove the worm. I've done that before, but it's too hard to keep up with. Yeah, so you have this giant like squash plant that's like doing really well, and then all of a sudden you go out there one day and the leaves look like this. And you're like, what's going on? Oh no. And then you check at the base of the plant and you see this like vine getting totally just killed from the inside. Rude. Absolutely terrible. Well, we're not it's not class day. It's just an open shop homework day, so it's fine. I hope it's not class today. I haven't given a single informative word here of what I'm doing. What a great teacher you are, cnotbusch. Still need to get things done. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Sarah, quit distracting me. I always blame Sarah when things don't get done around here. The scapegoat of the kingdom. We shall cast all our blame on Serap's head and send him off into the wilderness, carrying our blame and shame with him. So we've decided you need to, basically, Sarah, you need to start a collection of different versions of Sarab for your Trollhead collection. Where we take your likeness and apply it to different types of characters, basically. Sea Captain Sarab. Space Marine Sarab. Cowboy Sarab. Cerebus. the three-headed Sarab that guards the entrance to Hades. I heard Space Marine. I think it'd be cool to do custom, or like I think it'd be a really good project to take someone's likeness and put it into a Space Marine helmet, Space Marine suit with all the like hoses and stuff. Orc Sarab. Borg Sarab. How are we doing shape-wise here? That's pretty good. Tribal Sarab. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, the tribal Sarab. Nose bone and all. A little bit bigger. Have to shave it down a little bit. This is not. No, this is, I mean, it has a home already, but this is for a class that I'm teaching, Diomedes, how to sculpt a robot. So, but the piece does have a home after it's finished. It is not. No, I don't hang on to my own work. Okay, we need to reduce the size of this here. Tricky angle. Hey, what's up, watermelon? Good day to you. Dunkley. First of her name. Okay. You could learn any one skill of trade from a good teacher. What would it be? A trade skill? There's a lot of good choices, to be honest. For different reasons, it would depend on the reason, really. A trade skill to companion my current thing, or a trade skill to use as a resource. I don't know. I feel like I'm the type of person, if I wish to know how to do something, I just learn how to do it. So my mind doesn't think that way, but yeah, I don't know. Perhaps something that's of more need in the world, like electrical work, or I mean, I kind of do know a lot of plumbing, to be honest, because I grew up in a trades household. My dad was a certified plumber, so I was around that kind of stuff a lot. But like to get like the official training with certification would allow, like doing side jobs and stuff in that kind of sphere, that realm. Welding, maybe, yeah. I've kind of touched all the trades, even like welding and stuff. Just a little bit, but nothing like really deep and proficient and official, Blacksmithing would be cool. I've always had an interest in that. You know, it's interesting. There are, like, I've had an interest in blacksmithing, but I don't know if I'd ever want to become a blacksmith. Does that make sense? There's a difference between being like interested in something on like from a hobby standpoint and wanting to make something your profession. It's a completely different experience, I think. So I'm not sure I'd want to become a blacksmith, but I have an interest in blacksmithing. I suppose it's the same with my garden. I have an interest in plants and gardening and medicinal medicines and growing food, but I don't know if I'd ever want to do it as my living, you know. Do people still blacksmith in 2025? Yeah, of course. Do people still make candles in 2025? Yes, they do. It's just, it's become more of a novelty thing, not a, it's not a necessity, but it's something, you know, there's always an interest in handmade, high quality stuff. So, you know, there's plenty of blacksmiths that are doing well. He trade leatherwork for his classes. A leatherworker and a blacksmith kind of go hand in hand. Yeah. I suppose if you're going to be doing something like blacksmithing as a full-time thing, you have to have the proper tools. Like the whole idea of like swinging a hammer by hand and making a living that way is, you know, long term, you're talking quite some wear and tear on your body. So that's why you see a lot of them have those pneumatic hammers. That's the way to go. But, you know, then you're adding a lot of cost to an operation, and yeah, it's interesting how something changes. Your intentions for a pursuit change depending on, you know, like if you're trying to do something and make a living at it, it's completely different than just doing something you're interested in and you're not really concerned about it being profitable or making ends meet with it. It's a completely different mindset. It's like a whole nother layer of difficulty. Your husband wants to start smithing after he retires from active duty. There you go. Yeah, see, that's a different approach to. There's a different mindset involved when it's just something you're doing for the joy of doing it, compared to this is something I want to do to provide for my family, you know. Yeah, I watch a lot of like YouTube blacksmiths and stuff. I think it's like so let's say there's a little bit more freedom, I think, when you're doing something as a hobby compared to it being your income. Like if you have a really crazy out there idea that you want to do, as a hobbyist, you just can set off and start doing it. But as somebody who's doing it as income, you have to keep that in perspective. You know, you have to almost like tame your creativity with a bit of a business mind, of more of like is this a wise quest to go on, you know? Am I going to invest hundreds of hours into this and not see anything for it? You know, for someone who's pursuing something as a hobby, that doesn't matter, you know. Leap into the deep end often, yeah, exactly. I think my mindset on my craft has matured over time with that way of thinking, trying to keep that balance between the artist and, you know, my younger self would say, well, who cares? You know, let's just do it anyways. But over time you start to realize, well, there's consequences with that, you know, that you can't just, unless you're like
Noble ally,
sitting on a
please
pile of
accept
money,
these
you know.
treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Crazy Eddie, you are crazy indeed. With that tier 3 subscription. Tier 3, 69 months. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you continuing to support me and going above and beyond with that tier 3 sub. How you doing there, Crazy Eddie? I got a choice for you here. Salamander, Eye of Newt, or Skull and Bones. Make you a choice. I'm 3 years and 5 canvases in on one painting because I need to get it right. Yeah, now imagine trying to... if you're providing for yourself because of your paintings, you'd be in a very bad spot right now. You know? That's a lot of not eating happening in 3 years. I don't know how about Eye of Newt. Okay. Let's do Eye of Newt. Let's see what we got here. Keep a light-hearted attitude and a spring in your step, for life is too short to be weighed down by worries. That's true, isn't it? The key is to remember that when you catch yourself worrying, and to stop yourself. That's the hard part, right? But I really feel if you practice remembering these things, especially when the fire is hot, you can overcome. The daily renewal of your mind, the training of your mind to not fall into such thought patterns of worrying and, yeah. Oh, make your fire hot. Vadiven. Wow. I appreciate that. Thank you. The essence of mindfulness, you have to be you have to do it consistently. Yeah, right. I heard somebody say life can be a downwards escalator. And that's like, that sums up so many things right there. Life is a downward escalator, and if you stop moving, you know, you're going down. So if you stop these practices, these like positive thinking practices, and if you stop like exercising, if you stop doing anything that's like positive. It's like you don't just stay still. You're on the downward escalator. Mm-hmm. Life's like a box of chocolates. I don't know. A duel, you say? This is an original character of mine. It's a robot, an exploring robot. I've been making classes, how to sculpt classes, and this is for how to sculpt a robot. We do the live sessions on Sunday. I will check Discord today and give feedback if anyone's waiting on feedback. I'm not sure what time we should do that, but I will indeed give feedback today. I've decided we're going to do that each Sunday. I'm live, so whether it's class or not. Hey, thank you. It already has the head. Here, let me show you. There's the head. And then the backpack. Just goes right here. A bit tricky to get this on, but there we go. No, he's swinging a grappling hook. He's kind of like an exploring robot. Just exploring around. Wait, did 18 Vix sneak in here? Where is he at? Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Oh, we got raided by him. Huh. Sneaking on in here. He's sneaking in here again, Mr. 18 Vix. Abyss. Yeah, I appreciate it there. How you doing there, Mr. 18 Vix? How's your stream? How you been? You're gonna get back to streaming soon? Twitch Studio. OBS Studio is the way it's at. That's the way to be. I've used OBS Studio pretty much my entire stream career. It's always been the best place. Yeah, never had to switch it up or change, so. Trying to finish all the pending work, yeah. That's never-ending quest, my friend. Never-ending battle. Let's see. Let's do. I've been good, man. Been really good. Last week was kind of our first full week back into the groove after being in Germany. Coming out of the train station full steam ahead. Okay. Reattach that hose. Get into the details. Let me go refill my coffee. Then we'll continue. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see, we gotta do the rivets. We need the rivet making tool. Maybe this one too. There should be another one of those. Another one of those, but smaller, somewhere around here. I don't know. Suppose we'll have to make do without it. Ah, yes. It's actually kind of difficult to do those like skinny buff physiques. It's so easy to add too much. I'm trying to make, the muscle anatomy. But especially with like the arm muscles, like the forearms and stuff. It's a tough one. Okay, so. It's always a pain too when you add too much anatomy, having to reverse the, like, it's so much smoother when you can just get the proper volume on the initial approach. Yeah, having to go back and reduce the volume and trying to maintain the shapes can be hard. Sometimes it's just easier to strip it and redo the approach. This time paying very close attention to the volume before you kind of commit. Oh yeah, for sure. Just every time you work on a different part of the body, just pull up that section and really try to use it. It really helps you understand, not just be able to create what's happening, but understand what's happening. You know, I don't find myself using the other books that they've made as much as the first one, though. I'm not sure if it's a me thing, though, or if it's just that the resource is not as good. Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I almost like the generalized book better because it's kind of a one-stop shop for most of what you need. Okay, let's add some texture here. Had some scratches. Couple of bigger dings. All right. Oh, there it is. Just looking for that. Might very well be the last part I need to sculpt before we can do the lights. The rest will be done as mixed media, meaning attached after painting. So whether that's other clay parts or other parts like the wood will be kind of attached prior to the paintwork, so. So that leaves us set up for next week's lesson, which will be installing lights. That'll be a big one. I could see we might have to do a longer session for that because there's a lot to go over. It'd probably be best to just really quickly demonstrate how to do like the lights in the head and how to approach the lights in the torso here. Those are two different kind of sets, so. I would follow this guy after the robot ore, so yeah. So same with the hook. So the grappling hook can be created and added after. Basically nothing has to be baked onto the character. This is the completed character other than any things we want to attach after it's been baked, so. Let me see here. I have to check and see when my what time my one-on-one session is with my student today. Yeah, I'll say, so with this character, I just kept building onto it until I was happy with it, because initially, because of us using this really thick metal, that, you know, there's always unforeseen things that happen in a project, and for me it was this thick metal was just so hard to work with that I threw my proportions off of my original design, which, let me show you here. Here's our original. Here's the sketch for the robot. So proportionally, he's much taller and with a smaller body, which I really liked. But because of the metal wire, I ended up being wider in my kind of final version. And that's why I needed to change from the original kind of game plan here. And decided to really exaggerate the width by doing 0 out of 10 won't be bending rods again. No, I think the rods were good. This thickness, the one we used for the arms, that was totally manageable. But once we start getting into this stuff right here, that's like really hard to use. I will use it again for projects that really need a lot of structure. You know, like let's say you have like a dragon that's the entire structure is supported by one small point of contact. I would use this stuff for that, just to ensure that, you know, that it's going to be really sturdy. But in this case, we didn't really need it, so I think twisting wire with tubing around is the answer. Yeah, that would have been good enough for sure. Or even something like this. So like on the arm here, we used a smaller rod, but we put this kind of like cap over it, this little sleeve, to make it wider. Something like that would have been fine too. Definitely. Yeah, so that's why I felt the need to make the backpack even bigger, because when I did the initial build out, I wasn't happy that the character was more wide and less tall. So we just went. We had to keep adding until I was happy with the final design. So is that aluminum? The wire? No, this is steel. This is solid rod steel. Very, very difficult to work with. You know, and I guess that's the reality when I'm teaching you guys. I'm teaching you how I actually work, and a lot of the times I'm stepping into things I've never done before. Most of the time, actually. There's always these aspects of a project that you've never done before, or a material you've never used, or a technique, or a look you're trying to get that you've never done before. So there's always a level of exploration with every project you do. And that's, I would say, like something like, for example, the woodland gremlin, not as much exploration done there, because that is just right in the comfort zone, you know. So but something like this, we tried some new things and learned some new things along the way. So why steel instead of a hard rod aluminum, if you don't mind me asking? Aluminum would be too soft. Aluminum is very easy to bend, so it has to be steel. Otherwise, the weight of this character would just kind of flop over onto itself. Yeah, even aluminum at this thickness right here would be still too soft, too bendable. So. Okay, so I'm gonna get this guy in the oven, and we're gonna switch to working on the Draenei and trying to get her last sculpting phase finished up as well. So going straight for the dragon. Yeah, well, the dragon is another one that's definitely more in the comfort zone. I don't think there was a lot of unforeseen things. The exploration with the dragon was actually the style of the dragon, was trying to create a kind of cuter, more young-looking dragon instead of what I typically do, which is like full-grown, monstrous dragons. I don't know why, but I just assumed it would be easier for people to get a good result with something like that instead of going like for like a really serious dragon. I feel like it might be harder. And that's usually, so all of my decisions on what types of projects we are doing for these classes are based around what can you guys do successfully. And small wings. Yeah, you're right. Yep. That's so I'm trying to pick the projects based on this idea that I want your guys' work to be successful. And I know the things that are harder to do, especially for people that are new, you know. And so we're trying to dip your toe in the water and not throw you straight into the deep end, you know. So, but anyways, let me go get this in the oven, and then we're gonna switch to working on another project. I'll be right back. All right. I have to show you guys a proud daddy moment. So Emma started this morning wanting to make a giraffe, and she looked up reference for a giraffe and started her sculpting project. And keep in mind, she's 5 years old, but check out this giraffe. Look at this. The beginning of her giraffe. She's baking this part, and then she's doing the legs and tail separate, but isn't that awesome? The proportions are there, the shape of the head, details, man, it's really awesome. I have to say. It'd be great if she can continue this. She inherited my talent. No. She works hard for her talent, for sure. Yes. No, Emma. You have to imagine Emma is surrounded by clay and sculpting way more than your average child. So she practices sculpting a lot, So. And it's just really cool to see kind of that development. Yeah. Well, there's a little bit of a resilience, because she, initially she asks how to do certain things, like to create a character that's standing. But she, I show her that you have to make an armature. You have to make a skeleton with a structure that will actually hold the clay up. But she doesn't like to do that because it's not as easy as just using the clay to make the shapes, right? But over time, she's realized that it's like it's a necessity to build an armature. And so now she's really kind of embraced it, but it's always interesting, this resilience to doing things the right way, because it usually is harder to do things the right way. Yeah. So, hey, what's up, Lucas? How's the Overlord going? Good. Right now we're in a time crunch for finishing this piece for a deadline. So once we get this one wrapped up, we'll get back to work on projects like the Overlord and all the other lineup that we got. So, yeah. How does one get into your sculpting classes? Sorry, been around for a while, never asked. You just start watching the playlists, and then we should do Discord, by the way. And then you submit your work to Discord, and each Sunday I check Discord and kind of review and go over, and I'll let you know if there's anything I see. And then, of course, if you want to take it a step further, I do offer one-on-one classes, which I do with right now I have a student that we do one-on-ones each week, and then just basically can do either like that or just one session here or there. But yeah, the classes are designed for you to start the playlist and follow along, and kind of like pausing the video, watching the class, executing the steps, and just following along as best you can, and you'll learn a lot. So, but anyways, let me go give this back to my daughter, and then we'll continue. I'll be right back. see here. I mean, part of the class that I'm trying to, the part that I'm emulating is how I learned as a sculptor by kind of executing projects, you know, like learning through the execution of a project instead of like, you know, start to finish creating something, but at the same time learning as you're creating the thing, you know. Not just like sculpting like 20 sets of hands to learn hands, but sculpting a full character where you learn a little bit of hands, a little bit of the head, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know, and learning the start to finish, what it takes to complete something start to finish, you know, and getting in that habit. It's taking the way that I learned and just trying to package it into something for you guys to follow too. At the basis of it, my mind takes things that are seems to be complex and difficult, and like boils them down into the simplest terms possible, you know, and that's really what it comes down to is taking something that looks really complex from afar and like distilling it and boiling it down to like very like basic steps essentially, and then you realize that something that is complex is just simple things kind of stacked on top of each other that make this like look of this complexity, when really it's just one simple idea kind of stacked on top of, you know, layered on top of each other. So okay, let's see here. All right, we are going to finish her. We need to get this second braid done, and then we need to get her tiara sculpted in. Let me get the reference up for that. I always remember too, like, one of my biggest, interestingly enough, one of my fondest memories of self-learning was when, you know, the internet was kind of coming out, and, you know, dial-up internet was still the thing, but things started to appear like Flash animations, and then shortly after that was Blender. I remember Blender came out, and it was in beta testing Blender, and it was just so like fascinating to me at the time that I was just probably like, I don't even know how old I was, maybe like 12 years old. But I would follow, there's these Blender tutorials where you could literally step by step with like a word description with like a photo. They would explain how to create this thing or that thing, or how, you know, how to, you know, I remember there was this tutorial on how to make like an acoustic guitar in a room with like a night, kind of like moonlight kind of coming through the window. It was like step by step, and I remember I was so into it, I just out of my own will just followed this tutorial as close as I could, step by step, and just realizing that that's all it takes to learn something, you know, like back then was like super kind of like opened my mind. I was like, oh, well, really following tutorials really works, because you learn so many, like, how the program works, or, you know, how to do certain things. You like get a new piece of the puzzle each kind of tutorial I would follow. So of course I ended up losing interest with digital and started doing other things, but I still always remember how I was able to actually follow along and really learned a lot in a short amount of time just by simply following the steps as best I could, you know, having that student mentality of let me follow this as close as possible and not go off and do my own thing, but let's just do what they're doing in the tutorial until I can learn it and then go off and do my own thing, you know. Let's see here. Pull up the reference. That's how my passion for sculpting started the exact same way, like clay sculpting. It was when I was even younger, and I was following a book that gave, actually I think I still have it right here. Yeah. This book right here. This is the book I got when I was like 10 years old. And it's that same type of format of like step by step how to create a character. This one specifically, I remember it just blew my mind. Let's see. Get to the face sculpt, the head sculpting. I used this formula and I would just sit around and sculpt like piles and piles of heads. So it basically teaches you to, like, instead of starting with a lump of clay and like carving into it, which is what everyone naturally thinks sculpting is, this idea of like smushing a flat piece to make the lip and like layering the clay where like the lines are created by, not by a tool, but like the separate pieces of clay. Like, you know, the cheek here, you know, the cheeks going around the lips, and that the eyelid is actually just another piece of clay, you know, the eyebrows. And that really kind of made me take the deep plunge when I was really young with sculpting. I used this formula just like this basic head sculpting formula, and that's what really I just kind of ran with it as long as possible and then kind of went from there. So remember when I first saw the addition method, it was so eye-opening. I know. It's funny how we just don't, unless you see it done, you don't really think in terms of like layering these pieces of clay to create the actual shape, you know. It was mind-blowing for me. I remember that. I was totally mind-blown. Like, wow. I remember what was funny is, so I had gotten this book when I was, like I said, about 10 years old, and at the time, nobody really knew what polymer clay was, so it was not an easy thing to find back then. And so I remember my family had gotten me some modeling clay, which is like, you know, that basic colored clay that you find in like kindergartens and stuff that can be used over and over again. And they had gotten me some of that, and I followed these tutorials to make this. I made this whole guy right here, this character, which it shows you how to do. And then in the instructions, it tells you after the character's done to bake it. Where's it at here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It talks about baking. So I put that sculpture of this guy that I had made in the oven and baked it. And guess what? He turned into a puddle. A melted puddle of oil-based clay. And that's when I learned, oh, the clay I was using is not actually polymer clay. It's something else. The polymer clay was something different. I actually didn't really even discover polymer clay until way later. It was like when I was 18, I remember it was like the end of high school when I had heard about something called super sculpting and started kind of exploring that realm. I explored it just a little bit and then kind of moved on and started going to college for something else, and then it came back. The thought of working with polymer clay came back way later. All right, let me see here. I gotta find out what her tiara is here. Ah, hey, that's awesome, Deagle. That's wonderful. Good, I'm glad everything arrived okay. That was a fun one to do. Definitely was a fun one. Thanks for your support, man. I appreciate it. Okay, I need to do a reverse Google search here. Reverse image search. Okay. Moon Priest's visor. Alright, looks like we got... For our dressing room, okay. Moon Priest's visor.
Loyal friend, you've made a real impact on the realm. Thank you for your contributions.
Hey, cool. Very cool, steampunk hummingbird. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate that. Okay, yeah, sure. That'll be fun. Some more Paw Patrols. Get the whole gang. Collect them all. Very cool, steampunk hummingbird. Thank you for the 8 months. Let me get you a wisdom. And then we're going to get started here. Cod liver oil. Those omega-3s. The greatest wealth is found not in gold, but in wisdom. Ooh. That's true. You can get the gold with the wisdom if you have it. Okay, let's see here. Oops. Kind of came off the wire here. We're gonna have to... Might be easier to remedy that after it's been baked. Hey, what's up, Jenny? How you doing? Ah, yes, here's the piece of wire. I have to do this with the other side next. But I think this one will go kind of back behind. This direction. Hey, that's always good to hear, Jenny. Very good. Now I need to find the really firm clay. I think this is it. Right? Is it gonna be enough? I think so. I have to make the braid here. Not enough. We need more. Condition some of this here. So crumbly. should be enough. Stuff is very difficult to squish. Okay, now we braid. Oh, yeah. Are you also a wizard, though? Let's see how we're looking here. Okay. Okay, now we skewer this through here. Let me cut that much off. Got this bend the other way. Oops. All right. Now we add some clay glue and kind of sculpt it in there better. Golden Man. Hey, thank you.
The strength of the cnotbusch kingdom lies not in our walls, but in our people. March to war.
Animare. Hey. Sculpey raid. What? What is this? Hey, how you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. We're working on finishing up this Draenei priest here. Just kind of doing the last bit of hair work and cosplay defense. He'll bounce off of us like rubber. But yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. How's your stream, Animare? How you been? Genshin Impact character for one young lady's birthday gift. Okay. Cool. Genshin. That sounds familiar, but I'd probably have to see a photo. Genshin Impact. So is it a deadline piece then, I imagine? Anime, okay. Very nice. Is this your first plunge into the world of anime characters? Like trying to sculpt anime characters? Or have you done other anime character? Oh, okay, good. Yeah. It's definitely a different set of rules when bringing those characters to the three-dimensional world. You basically discover that anime is just alien. Anime characters are just aliens with hair and pupils. In fact, I think maybe aliens sent a probe to Earth to introduce anime, so that way we'd be ready to accept them by the time they get here. Their weird head shapes and big eyes. It's all an elaborate plan. Anime is just alien propaganda from another planet. I'm on to them. Para. Hey, thank you. Oh, there's no max. There's no max level. We're still leveling. We're still on that level grind. I think certain crafts in this world have an infinite skill ceiling. There's no reaching the end of it. You die far before ever exploring it to its fullest. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. pushing the wheel a little further down the road for the next generation to pick up and continue. How do you feel about glass? What, like glass work? The glass ceiling. Yeah, for sure. Valencia Glass, yeah, he's we raid his channel quite often. I really like his I love his setup and his channel. He's a good guy. Mr. Valencia Glass. Oh, nice. Okay. Did you guys both go to school for glasswork, or are you going there for something else? And just both happen to get into glasswork? 。 Oh, okay. That's cool. I'm gonna grab those pliers that I dropped. Okay, so we need to make the end here. And the bands. The robot? Yeah, it's in the oven. Not finished, but ready for the next class. That's the robot is for a class I'm teaching how to sculpt a robot. So we got it to the point where we're ready to start the next step, which is doing the lights, the LED lights. So that is exciting. After that will be probably a class on making the base and then the paint. Usually I'll add lights before the painting because sometimes you have to kind of cut into the into the sculpture for running light work, and then you'll need to cover it up with like an epoxy clay. Hey, nice. Always watching my little minions. Be right back 1 second. Don't go nowhere. Yeah, I started when I started doing this type of work. My first niche was StarCraft 2 characters. So I did a lot of StarCraft 2 stuff. Nothing I would be, hooting and hollering to share today, because I was like 13 years ago, but I have. Probably the most recent something like that I've done is not a Space Marine from StarCraft, but from Warhammer. Let me show you. over on my website. You can see some finished work here. That's a recent StarCraft 2 piece, Alarak. Fairly recent. Then we have almost there. Give it a moment of the video here. Let's see. There we go. It's a space marine fighting an orc. Very similar. The space marines from 40K are just a little bit more, less sci-fi, more fantasy, I guess. More of a fantasy element with the way their armor and stuff is. More gothic, I guess that's like a gothic space marine. But ultimately the composition of the armor is very similar. Yeah, I like implementing lights into my work. This piece will have a lot of light work going on in it too, so. Oh yeah, Finner? Sure. Sure. I wouldn't say no. Hey, Sizzy Mans, hello. How you doing? Probably saying your name wrong. think we'll start sculpting the tiara part here. That's gonna absolutely be a pain in the butt, actually. You know what? I actually think sculpting it not attached should be wiser. Hey, Digo. I need to get it to stick here. Yeah, sculpting it right on her head would be best. I think what would be smart is to bake it and lock in what we've done. And then do the same approach where we just add a lot of clay here, get the basic shape, and then sculpt the tiara and then kind of cut away the border. I think that's what we'll have to do. Let's add clay glue to any of the finer pieces here in this step, and then we'll bake her, get her in the oven. Yeah, I mean, making it separate, the difficulty is that it doesn't fit. But making it attached, the difficulty is making... She's got kind of like these horns that kind of come way off. And it can be difficult to make those. So the best thing to do is do what we did here, where I... See how I captured the overall kind of curve of the crown? We'll do the same thing, but straight onto her head. Create this overall curve, and then just kind of like draw and carve out the crown. And then once the tiara is finished, then you go and you use a knife and you cut all the material that you don't need, the supporting material. And then that'll be the easiest way, I think. The problem is it's difficult to work on that in that way while also trying to not mess with the hair that we've just added. So that's why we're going to bake it. We're going to lock it in so we can do that tiara part without messing up the hair that we've done, because it'll be baked. So I'm painting on this liquid clay onto these more delicate parts to give them a extra level of flexibility, more durability. So as we're working on it and bumping into it, they'll be less likely to want to break or pop off, or especially these little hair strands here. We'll do the same on this hair and these kind of head tentacle things, but after it's been baked, we'll do that. There, that should be good. All right. We'll get that cooking. And then we'll have to do the tiara, and we'll start sculpting the base this week. Base and lights. I'm hoping to be done by the middle of the week, but we'll see. Just depends on how smooth everything goes. So I'm going to get out of here, folks. Thank you so much for joining me today. Before I leave, though, let's go over Discord, see if there's anybody wanting feedback on any of the class stuff. Yes. Let's see if there's anything going on there. We got Patricia's work with the dragon. I'll go check that out. Let's take a look at what Patricia's been up to. Maybe a start on the first part of the dragon class. All right. Hey, that's looking really good, Patricia. That's really good work. Really nice. Great shapes. The eyes look good. Eyes look really good. Still halfway through the second class, but this is as far as I've gotten with the first bake. I'll be working on him more later. Definitely a learning process, and my scales aren't perfect, but yeah, there we go. Let's see what we got here. All right. No, the scales look good. Remember, we're not reaching for perfection. We're reaching for good enough, right? Absorbing the knowledge is the actual goal here, not a finished result. Looks like you're acquiring the knowledge quite well. Now it has horns 3 times. I redid one horn. For some reason, I just wouldn't get it right. That's normal to kind of struggle with horn positioning to get them like symmetrical. It's also worth mentioning that most creatures in the natural world are closely symmetrical, but not perfectly symmetrical. You know, so it's okay if you're not 100% on. I think this is passable for sure. Oh, you changed it from that. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. That's a nice layered texture there. I like that. The shape looks good. Yeah, really, really well done, Patricia. Keep it up. You're doing good work. I think that's it. Is that it? I think that might be it. Yes, okay. That is it. Okay, and as always, if anybody wants to follow along any of these classes I've made and post your work over in Discord, each Sunday I'll go and I'll check and let you know how you're doing. So, Patricia, keep it up. You're doing great. Usually I just I'll look for any obvious things that stand out that's like, okay, yeah, you need to fix that. But for the most part, you guys are on your own path of growth, and as long as things are lining up pretty well, then you're on the road, so you're doing good. Okay, let me find someone to raid, and I'm gonna get out of here. I will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early. We'll continue our conquest of our character here. I'm gonna get her in the oven and locked in so we'll sculpt her tiara, and then we'll work on the base. We'll kind of do back and forth between those two things tomorrow. That's the game plan. And then we'll go from there. Who should I raid? Oh, you know what? Let's go raid Mr. Soldier Dude. Mr. Soldier Dude's on. Go check out some sculpting there. See ya on Tuesday. Thanks for the great stream. Glad I was able to. Hey, thanks a lot, Mr. Sereb, tuning in, and we'll see you. We'll see you Tuesday. All right, let's go raid Mr. Soldier Dude. Only has 3 people in there, so let's go give him a hearty hello. Doing some sculpturing. Really good guy. And yeah, I'll see you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
What is it? Oh, smiley faces, huh? How was stream, brother? Oh man. Good morning. Thank you guys for the follow, Patricia. I appreciate
That's
you
right.
all.
The fingers on that.
Do what?
Do
Dimwicket, thank you.
the fingers on that. With the smiley.
Oh yeah, Peyton made this. Yeah. Yep. And now he comes with this. What are we gonna do with this guy? Welcome in everybody. Much love. I'm just gonna put it there. Alright.
I'm not gonna show all the mean faces.
You're not gonna show him all the mean faces, huh? Okay. Welcome on in, everybody. It's an honor, a pleasure. Thank you for bringing your community here, Mr. Chris, my teacher. Yes. Thanks to you, you made this all possible. So, much love. Yeah, we're gonna be working on Cozy here. We don't have a whole lot left. Got her straps to put on, put the teeth around the top part there. Let's see. I got me one of these guys. I love it. I guess you guys probably already all seen the robot that I posted in Chris CNOT's Discord. Got the cape done. So, got my oh yeah, the cozy chomps over there. Yeah. Melkia T, thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. Oh, there it is. Okay. Dim Wicket, thank you all. Oh, this guy goes on the back of her. I forgot about it. So, okay. Then we'll put the straps around it, kind of hide that little brass area. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna show him this backpack, Peyton. Let's show him the backpack. So I had kind of a like those guys there, but it's just gonna get covered up. Let's see if I can get this in here like that. So I made it detachable so we can, paint it a lot easier then. Got the boots, got the gun. I put like magnets on here. I'll just clip on here, I think. Like that. You just take it off and paint it. And then of course we got the oops, almost took Cozy's head off. Backpack. And this was all Death Stranding inspired here, so there should be, and you're right, Chris. Light classes, Nick. Okay, yes, yep. I was hoping it was today, but I understand you had homework to do, so I totally get it. So I can maybe think of what I need to do for the base. We're thinking about doing kind of like a big old plant right here maybe, but it would cover up bunch of stuff. I don't know. I kind of wanted this to be hanging, you know, off of the base, kind of, but I guess we could extend it and just put plant life and whatnot. Maybe a dead body. But yeah, got this little guy painted. Little cryptobiot from Death Stranding. Good protein if you eat it, so helps your blood levels. Yeah. This guy back. But yeah, Chris, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Much love, brother. Thank you, Patricia. Alright. Little Peyton made this guy. Thought I should put it, keep it right there, but I don't want him to fall off. Yeah, you got it, man. You go for it. You enjoy the rest of your day, man. I appreciate you. I got a birthday, today's Peter's birthday. Did you know, Chris? Today's Peter's birthday, and later on I got my nephew's birthday party we're gonna go to just down the road. Okay, so we got our spacing for the teeth. Kind of put those little dots there so I know where to put the teeth. Now, to get this is all baked already, so I just gotta. I'm thinking maybe soft clay, but I'm not sure. Might stick a little better to that already baked clay. I think he went out. I'm not sure. What's up, Sarah? How you doing, bro? Mr. Sarah. Okay, I don't want to get these teeth too big. Let's see. Take this guy off. ZZ Man. gotcha. It's gonna be tricky. S- Huh. Hmm. Let's see if we could. Not cut too much off. So we can kind of curve these edges. This is gonna be a lot of teeth. I'll just kind of bop them on there for now. And then come back and just square them up maybe. Make them look nice. Looper, what's up? Okay, nice. How we doing, Looper? Mom and pop quilt shop. Working on any quilts today? Just chilling. Hey, Circuit, what's up, brother? Cheers, man. I need to go fill up my coffee. It's like every time Circuit comes, it's like, okay, hang on, I gotta go refill my coffee. Doing good. Hey, awesome. Awesome. Let's go get it. Let's get it. change my blade. I was scraping super glue and whatnot on here. That ain't gonna cut nice. Where's my blades? I did, Circuit. That is so cool. Did you not see I responded to it? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Let me see. Let me check again. Oops. Just closed up my reference. Yeah, I think yeah, I did. No, I did. That is so cool. I'm so proud of you. Once you get that sucker working, that's gonna be sweet. Wow. I got him somewhere. This one's good. Some reason I accidentally paused me this one. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. No kidding. Sweet Circuit. Yeah, man, that's a lot of soldering. Wow. A lot of wire to be soldering. Okay, 2 down, 18 to go. Yeah, right. All the coding. Gotcha. Yeah. I think I'm gonna use soft clay for the teeth. I think that's what this is. It's accidentally mixed in with the extra firm. That should be enough. Oh, gotcha. I just read right over that. I didn't even pay attention to the please part. Not all these teeth are the same size. Some are smaller. AW Deagle, much love. Thank you so much for that follow. How are you doing this fine day? Happy Sunday. Appreciate you guys sticking around. Watch me struggle. Doing well, hope you are well. I am. Yep, I'm doing really good. I got this whole next week off. So, kind of slow at work right now. But this will just, it's usually kind of expected this time of year. Be slow. Get a week off over Thanksgiving, and then we work like 3 weeks. Yeah, thanks. And then we get 2 weeks off over Christmas, New Year's, catch up on some sculpting. But I think I'm really going to spend time with Peyton. And I think we're going to get him to maybe make him an armature. Get him used to making armatures for his little guys, because this is just a lot of clay gets used up. But and like his foot broke, so him and the wife tried to fix it a little bit ago. It's funny. Oh yeah. Want to get him trained in, knowing that it's really important to make an armature.